also to have steadfast love, the unwavering love that can cruise through situations soft and hard. And I believe Professor Rugumayo has cruised through those situations, the hard times and the soft times as well. You need to be steadfast for you to be successful. You need to be God-fearing. You need also to turn away from sin. Sin actually disorganizes us and separates us from our Creator. I believe the Rugumayos are walking in this direction. Are walking in this direction, and they have this spiritual perspective of what success means. I believe so. There is evidence. One of the evidences to show that the Rugumayos are walking in the direction of honoring God and seeking not their own wisdom, but God's, is their quest, their love for fellowship. Their quest, their love for fellowship. For those who don't know, they founded what they called the Wisdom Circle. The Wisdom Circle. Very interesting circle. I've not heard of Wisdom Circle. We have heard of circles, and you know what circles do. Circles are for business, money. Money, not for any other thing. But the Rugumayos have founded the Wisdom Circle. And you know why? They want to learn from God. They want to learn from God. They want to acquire wisdom that comes from the Bible. So in that circle, they have fellowship, but they also do Bible study. They read the Bible so that they are able to build their spiritual and moral lives to become successful people. Are there members of the Wisdom Circle here? Apart from oh, there are number. Yes, there are some people who are members of that circle. And you know what it means? You have benefited from that circle. But we need some money. Some of us need some money. But I think you have chosen the right objective to have that circle. You have filled a very important gap. You can have money in abundance, but when you are devoid, your heart is devoid of the spiritual stature, that money can become a problem to you. So the Rugumayos are trying to balance life. They are trying to balance life, have life in its totality, in the way God, the Creator, wants it to be. They love God. That much I know. They love God. And they can't miss coming to church when they are around here. And I believe that could be the reason why they have given precedence, thanksgiving, in this function. They have given precedence, thanksgiving, in their great occasion today. Also, briefly, talk about success in marriage from the biblical perspective. According to the second reading that we took today from 1 Peter chapter 3, verse 1 to 9. A successful marriage is based on submission to one another. Submission to one another. And I believe Professor Rugumayo submits to Phoebe. So much. Very much so. I believe Phoebe does the same. Submits. Quite interesting. It's also based on purity of heart. Successful marriage is based on purity of heart and reverence. In your heart, You adorn your wife. You adorn her. You give reverence to her or your husband. It is also based on the unfading beauty of a gentle and quiet spirit instead of externalities. Instead of externalities, outward adornment, instead of the hairstyles. That's what Peter actually teaches. It is based on mutual respect of one another. It is based on sympathy, compassion, love, and the like. I think the Rugumayos, Edward and Phoebe, are trying to imitate these virtues in their lives. They are trying very much to imitate these virtues in their lives. And that could be the reason why, the explanation why they have managed to cruise together in thick and thin for half a century together in marriage. Yes. Yeah. Now, they shake hands and in appreciation of each other. I've seen it. You've not seen it, but yeah, that's how they have managed to cruise through a half a century in marriage. Oh, when people have failed to go through a year, these have gone for 50 years. Fantastic. However, much as we have said, we have observed all those attributes the Rugumayos have, and I believe when I'm addressing myself to Rugumayos, I'm also addressing myself to you all. I want also to add that we cannot claim these have made it all. They have finished. They have completed the race. Or you have finished. No. The struggle to succeed continues as long as you are on this planet Earth. Yes, the struggle to succeed continues. We are here for 50 years. I'm praying that we should be able to be here again for another what? Another 50 years. Not 25 years. Yes. So keep on, Edward, keep on, Faith. Moving on, the struggle continues. But I want to commend you. I want to commend to you some encouragement from Paul, St. Paul. Chapter 3, verse 12 to 14, to give you Paul's perspective of the struggle. And I'll just read as quoted from there. Paul says, quote, "Not that I have obtained all this or have already arrived at my goal, but I press on to take hold of that for which Christ Jesus took hold of me." He continues, heavenward in Christ Jesus. May the Lord bless you as you strive on Edward, as you strive on Margaret, as you strive on whoever, back last. May the Lord bless you. Let us pray. Father, in the name of Jesus, we thank you so much for speaking to us. May you expound this message to sink into our hearts, that we are able to live for the abundance, success that you want your people to live for. We thank you for the Rugumayos, the fire you have brought them. And this is the beginning of the going. We pray that you continue to support them in this journey. And bless us in this occasion. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. As we reflect on this message, we are going to have I would like to make a little adjustment, if the Rugumayos can accept that we have their testimony. We have their testimony now, rather than later, where it is said, and so that after that we can join them in thanksgiving. I think that makes more sense. Yeah. So Amoti and Amoti, you can now give us your testimony, and then we shall join you in thanksgiving. Hey, and you are submitting.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen and friends. First of all, I would like to thank you and thank God for making it possible for us to celebrate together our wedding anniversary. Now, looking at this order of service, something has struck me. When you look at the back, there are two young-looking, sorry. At the back of this order of service are two very young-looking couple. 50 years later, you see them in front, still looking the same, but a little changed. But that shows really the journey of 50 years is a long time, and we thank God for that. And we also thank God who has brought us this far, from May 19th, 1973 to 20th, today, May 2023. Our wedding was in a foreign country, Zambia, which became our home for 6 years. There were very few Ugandans, and those who were there have passed on, with the exception of Professor Banage, who says he can't make it. I think he's a little sickly. We have been blessed during the period we just talking about. We had 2 more children, Mbabazi Kageya and Edgar Mabara. We lived in Zambia for 6 years. This is the journey we've been to. 6 years in Zambia, 15 years in Kenya, 1 year in Lesotho, and 3 years in South Africa. In all, 25 years we've been living out of this country. We returned to Uganda at the end of 1999. Now I'm going to tell you what we've heard about our ups and downs. I'll stand. We have had more ups than downs, and for this we thank God. Our downs include the health of Amoti Foibi. She regards herself as a pioneer of survival. She had an operation in India in 1982 when she had gone to attend Nyonga's graduation ceremony, somewhere in the Himalayas. She came back and recovered. Then in 2001, when we were trying to construct our house here, she waited for the tractor to arrive. She saw a board and sat on it for the first time, going down to Mukisenyi. Before she could get there was an accident. And she was in hospital for 1 month. She lost her memory for 1 month. Now she's able to speak and even argue and debate. So she's been a real survivor. Then we have also our downs. Then we lost our firstborn, Engineer Professor Albert Rugumayo, on September 23rd, 2018. Amoti, we miss you. May you rest in peace. Then my illness. You know, I've never been ill for a long time, as far as I can remember. Been a very tough fellow. Mosquitoes have bitten me. I've gone all over the world, and you have an ache here and a back there, but I've been very lucky until last year, October. I went to hospital. I spent there really 3 months. 3 months of, those who saw me, I don't think they now can recognize me. I can see that's Mugamba here. Atenyi Muyaga wa Mwenge, Utime, Gilbert Atwoki, Moshe, and others. But we thank God for all who have helped us. I see our son-in-law, Uga, Samuel. They all helped us. I can't thank all of them because it's very difficult. Our doctor, Frank Asimwe, was an optimist to the extent that you don't think he was sick, actually. He was so good at that. So our life, our ups and downs include our house for the retirement at 22 Njara Road, which you all know. It was built in such a way that there were no steps for us, because we knew we we may not need steps. Despite all that, Amot tripped and just broke her bone on a flat floor. There was no step there. So these things can be very difficult to know. So other apps include the starting of Mantle the Moon University, which you've heard about. It's really been one of the most rewarding events, chaired by Justice retired Adiel Seth Manyindo, who now is not well and has apologized that he could not make it. He's not well at all. Fortunately for us, it's now a public university, and been appointed its first chancellor. Then another app included Toro Botanical Gardens. I started with a young friend of mine, Klaus Kabaseke. Unfortunately, he's not with us. He's had an accident last night. He's doing his PhD and was doing kind of experiment. He fell and broke his bone somewhere. And really, it has been very painful that he's missed today's event. Back to the Botanical Garden. It is actually not one of the best in Uganda. It is the best botanical garden in Uganda. Then our 50-acre farm at Kasisi with the dairy cows. I don't know how I can say how successful it is, but it pays for itself. Now in today's celebrations, it is a culmination of our dreams. We thank God for all gone through. Thanks to you, my darling wife. I know just Mugambo always refers to when he's greeting, how is your darling? Amot 5BU has been a pillar of strength during our ups and downs journeys. Amot webale munu tinyine kinda yongeraho. Thanks to our families, Akik Edna, Kogeri and the children, this wouldn't have been possible without your support, moral and material, and the whole of the large family of the Nyarwa group. Akik Samuel Mpuga, he's there, he's our son-in-law, and Mbabazi and children for shouldering the heavy duties during my 3 months hospitalization. My other family members, Nyonga, Oli, Edgar, the Bomboras, the Mugambas, Pipi Kagoro, and Kwezi, Olimi, and all these, it's not possible to mention all of you. Then I have we call my prayer warriors. Dora, is she here? Oh no, she went to. And of course, Anne is one of our prayer warriors and others. And then we have our foot soldiers. They're all girls, by the way. Grace Rubale, Kembubi, Mbabazi Kageye, and oh, we have 2 boys. And Kwezi, and Kajoro, and Olimi. And Olimi, they spent nights at the hospital. When, first of all, in a small room, they sleep on the veranda, only to run in when it rained. But they really took care of us, of me. Finally, I'd like to thank Canon Ezra Sobozi. He's now the dean of our cathedral, and your team at St. John's Cathedral, and our organist for this wonderful play. Thank you all for organizing this very important event. Kogere, Mutesi, Gaya, and other family members. from far and near, especially John and John Bitete. He is now my father-in-law, although he's a little younger than me. That they have come from Phoebe's original home. But all in all, I'm so delighted to see so many of you have turned up to celebrate with us our 50 years of marriage. I've seen a number from Mwenge there. I've seen Jen, I've seen John Wango, I've seen Harwe, and so many. But we'll be talking to you later. But it's wonderful. Nyueno kubarora mwizire kusemerera hamwe naitwe, atuoke Mugambwa there, and others. But one important thing is that without the love you have for us, without the prayers, without the material support, we will not be here. And really we thank you. We can't say more than just a thank you, because you've been pillars, strength, in every way you can describe. I think with these few words, they're not few actually, I would like to thank you for honoring this occasion, to celebrate with us our 50 years in holy matrimony. God bless you. I obeyed her, now she's coming. Give her to me.
I'm performing that function. I never had the opportunity to do it 50 years ago.
Sorry. Miriam, Jatuzinaham. Singuzi, Vashama Motantina, Tuliama Singuzi, Niwatinye na vingi kupasu hakukuwa mote or I or my my mentor has covered most of them. But I want to add on that I want to thank God for the gift of life and appreciate God's creation. I want to thank God for the gift of salvation, wisdom to choose the right from wrong. Kandi Amkwere Msija Wange, who has been very principled husband. And a saving husband. Supportive and loving husband. sharing right from the day one after a wedding. She learned the term we. So we have been able to even share one bank account. Esente zitwire amaka mengi. So Sima Mkama, our beyond happy, he has actually talked about my operation in India. And I went with Mbabazi at the age of 6 years old, but she was not able, there was nobody to take care of her at home in Kenya. So we boarded Ethiopian Airlines from Entebbe, Addis, Bombay, and Delhi. Up to Delhi, we actually boarded a very cramped yes, sorry, taxi to Missouri. Happy in short time. I am so happy that after I had arrived in Missouri, I was diagnosed with anemia, and I think that I had to have a major gyna operation, which took 9 hours. When the eyes, when I opened my eyes at 6 o'clock in the morning, the eyes I saw first were my my hostess, Ruth and Alton. Bakaba Bantweyo to the graduation to watch the graduate for the graduation of Nyonga. Unfortunately, she has not been here because she has been she has had a new job. This is not very easy because as a foreigner, you know, the Norwegians normally give good jobs to their nationalities first. So we thank God, you know, for that opportunity. But she was here when when Amoti came, was taken last October to the hospital. And I just want to thank God that the first, the lady who came to see me was a very heavy American accent. Hi, Phoebe. Welcome to the land of the living. I had gone in Simamkama because he has allowed me to live for another, you know. So, thank you very much indeed. Sorry? Okay. Sorry. Ati ninsima mukama abukumba omugisa or have a husband with me for 50, to celebrate together 50 years. Sima mukama kandi sima abana baitu sorry some yemera for recognition n'abaana be nambabazi n'abatobato, and presented by the third born, which is Abigail. So we thank God. Now, we thank God that we have people here who actually were present when we got married in Zambia. And we have here Jennifer Mpisi. Will stand up for recognition, please? Is she here? Oh, I mean, she was here. And Olimi Rugumayo. Now she has got a beautiful, lovely daughter, Kajoina, who the mom is not here, but we just thank God that he was able to witness our get together in Zambia. I don't know whether there is another one. Sorry?
That's it.
I know. But we know we are supported very much by people like Anne Wandera, and Sima Mono, because she also became our daughter's aunt. And we thank God for our family, Edna, and the children. I don't know that I think that the children, can we stand you on oh, wonderful. Oh, fantastic. Oh, wonderful. Now, I think that they really have done a lot of work. And in particular, Kogere has been very much helping together in organizing Amoti's memoir, and also getting this place organized. We just want to thank God even for the way that Babazi has come all the way from Kampala, has come here, and has even this morning she actually called on the hotel to see whether things have been organized. They actually were and Sam and the whole family were able to host us for the 3 months. The Rugumayo family, we lived in B and they were in 6A. We just thank God for them to come and see me. So I think that I will not, because our brother John and his wife, and they have in-laws of Norway, from Norway, and also another one from France, and they have lovely children. Sorry, they are our grandchildren. Yes, Noah and Elsie. So, and I just want to thank God for my Miriam. Miriam was also another. She actually traveled all the way from Ruamanja to here to celebrate with us, and I am just thank God. Thank you very much indeed. All the best. Come and see me.
So now, having gotten those testimonies, we have all the reasons to join them to say thank you, God. We have all the reasons to thank you, God. Tujja kuzina ekizina kya Ninkusima Yesu Kristo. It is on page 3. Ninkusima Yesu Kristo. We are going to place baskets here, and as we sing, you can bring in your thanksgiving offertory for the Rugumayos. Ninkusima Yesu Kristo. We can stand and sing together. Let us arise and sing together. Somebody has envelopes, is passing envelopes. Somebody is passing envelopes. say, join the thanksgiving prayers that I will say here on page 4. Heavenly Father, who instituted marriage at the beginning, we thank you for bringing and keeping together Professor Edward and Phoebe Rugumayo in holy matrimony. The love that prompted them to say, I do, 50 years ago, is the same love that has strengthened them to form a mighty bond and has been strong enough to enable them to stand through adversity. Yet the love has been tender enough to encourage and comfort each other. We thank you through Jesus Christ our Lord. Heavenly Father, bless Professor Edward and Phoebe that they may continue to find security and peace in their commitment to you and to each other. Grace them with your wisdom as they make decisions. Give them thankful hearts in good times and faithful hearts in bad times. Grant them an ever-ending desire to love each other and to love you. May they continue to bring out the best in each other and draw strength from their unity with you and with each other. May their happiness continue to grow and glow in depth through Jesus Christ, our Lord. Father, we thank you for the family, relatives, and friends who have been supportive and endearing Professor Edward and Phoebe. Continue to uphold them, that in doing good, they will not be weary. In a special way, we thank you for the fruitful time you have given this couple to serve humanity. And as Professor Edward looks back candidly and tells the story in his memoir to be launched today, may you bless it to become a life-changing testimony to the world through Jesus Christ, our Lord. May the Lord bless you and keep you. May his face shine upon you and be gracious unto you. May he give you peace now and evermore. That marks the end of this service. We shall sing hymn, O Lord my God, as we end the service.
kiragiro mere akiru mwengo kulima ebinimire byonna twara kutunda bosho esenta tungira zimaro mu mwenge nanywa muzune kabebere kandi kikisubire kabebere kandi kikisubire ekiye kenjara kinuka museja ekiye kenjara kinuka museja oluntigamba honi chintera ndati omusaija wanka hatagambwa hogu abana nibajulo bunabinga mugende azara bachi batalole mujune kabebere kandi kikisubire kabebere kandi kikisubire ekiye kenjara kinoka museja ekiye kenjara kinoka museja ekiye kenjara kinoka museja ekiye kenjara kinoka museja
Hello? Tugunza garuka kubatangira no kubayijukya ngo hacyari omukoro gundi nturora abantu no baramucyangana tugunza kubasaba ngo baramara kuramucyangana twikare no ko emkorege no maiso amot. Hello? Would like to again welcome you and remind you that there will be another function after this. Yeah. And so would like to request you to resume your seats so that we can proceed with the function. Tugenda kusara keki tugonza kubasaba twikare no ko amot na mot beije tusale keki akiki Edward ninja kusaba twikare no ko tusale keki no ko tukole mirimende amot tugonza kusaba beije tusale keki amot na mot amot nubija kwemera hano amot na mot nubagenda kusara cake ningera ba cameramen but they've taken position. I don't see the knife. It's there. Okay, yeah. Will be helped. Ntujukiriza amoti manya no ijuka manya mkokora muta. Bilobinu babara 1 2 3. amoti omusho kwatiro tujja kubara ningera tubaye kitinisa twemere tere mungaro tuina music. Thank you very much. Tujja kubara 1 2 3. Amoti Engarezi, they represent the popping of the champagne. Thank you. I think we can help them. Mutyo muno. Mutyo muno. Okay. Amoti ningira. Amoti mwikaze. That is the beauty of 50 years. You don't get to serve the cake. So Amoti mwikare, other people will serve you, will serve on your behalf. So mutyo muno. Okay. Amoti agira ebigambo bike muno baitu bamugambiraho ebintu bingi ebyokusoma baitu Amoti amanya orujungu rwingi ingira akasomero mu Nyakasure ya Karabule yitwe Nyakasure yitwe itwagiremu yasororaga gamba bantu ba science bantu ba arts bantu ba science bantu ba arts yatugobeza orujungu tutwasoma nkorwa bakara hati Amoti toso kumanya nguwe wa science rundu wa arts habokuba byona balancinga kurungi. Amoti akasoma zoology nicho yakurire botanical gardens baitu wabaza orujungu rurungi arohandika kurungi birebi habere halo debate ngu science na arts abantu bagamba ngu arts baziheho baitu nkahuru msejo na kisobora kurungi muno ijori hakabayo public lecture Makerere. A professor in chemistry, he explained it very well. Yagamba ngu arts are what gives sciences a human face. And that explains it. Habokuba divinity is in arts. The legal thing is in arts. So Amoti into we like you because you are good. You are balanced, Namoti, and we'll pick a lot from you. Mtawanga Leo Naija will not say much. The rest of the function is later. Now let's enjoy our cake. Thank you very much.
kantabalirewe amalaika banagomunjuwe abacokambakambire ensenuteriyeiti twekambe tusometiwe yencharutiro genzire ourekatsikita mgongowe ourekaboko amalaika banagomunjuwe amalaika chali bantwarawe erinywabo ekiteke nenyinywabe nyamuziga twekambe tugonzo mulungi wekawe twekambe tusome dini ourekatsikita mgongo Genesis, the first lesson.
Amot dini webale muno service kandi utera obwiri baitu obwiri obu hati bwatwa omulimu gw'okukozesa ninja kweta arali webale is going to say a word or two as we wait for our lunch. So arali webale, welcome to say a word or two about Amoti. The DJ can play soft music in the background as we buy time. Tukwenda Mhubale. Shortly we'll be serving lunch, but let's hear testimonies. Aralu Webale is going to open. We have probably one more chance, and then we'll serve our lunch, and that will usher us into the rest of the afternoon. Arali Amoti na Amoti bamanyire hoki.
MC, thank you very much. Amoti na Amoti, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I think the MC has been extremely unfair to me. How you do get an air and say talk about an elephant? Nyoni nyowoha kubazaho Amoti. I think I'm just overwhelmed. Baitu ninja kubazaho bitaito ebintu kusobora. My first time to interact with Amoti was in 1981, early 1981. Through no choice of my own, I found myself in Nairobi. And in the circumstances, I was looking for a home where I could belong politically, given the nature of politics in our country at the time. Now, one of the close friends I met in Nairobi at that time was the late Omonyo Jok. May his soul rest in peace. Omonyi we had met in Karamoja during the UNF politics 1979. So the people he decided to introduce me to was Professor Amoti Rugumayo. You know, I was a young man that time. I am not the Webale you are looking at now. Very small. But, I mean, I was kind of home. Who am I going to meet? Amoti Rugumayo. You know, the name was scaring me. The name was scaring me. But I was extremely humbled in my first interaction with Amoti. He put me completely at rest. I mean, he could completely at ease. First of all, you know, he asked me, your name? It happened that he knew my mother, he knew my father, and he knew my grandfather. So he took me through all that and then put me at rest. No hura really, no tina. Nikisana for those who are, for those of you here who are familiar with the Catholic faith. A lay preacher, to find yourself in the presence of a pope. But then the pope goes ahead to treat you as one of him. So that was Amoti. So we continued interacting politically, but also at social level. There are many times I found myself at his home. You know, he mentored me politically and mentored many others. But above all, he was very kind, and especially to young people. Very generous. And generous to those he agreed with and those he disagreed with. Amoti, in his interactions with his political peers, those he agreed with, and you know, he would not show hostility. He would show that you disagree politically, but there is nothing personal about it. Honorable Tume is here. That time, he belonged to a different camp. We belonged to a different camp. Well, I mean, NRM and UNLF-AD. And at that time, actually, I was with Mutima Guihanga, Stephen Irumba, UNLF-AD. I think you can also stand up and wave at Amoti. Ono Amoti no really yet, because probably I would be a general now. But Amoti ogno yantangira gendankaha na Amoti tumoga no ito tuikale hanu baitu nevye itu tuinomlingo turku bikoram baitu. We are not enemies with the NRA. I remember around 1980, early 83. UNLA actually had surrounded NRA in the bushes of Luero. I remember Amoti and Romonyo joke, very worried and said, we pray, we hope these guys are not going to kill Museveni. These are the person they disagreed with, but they did not want anything bad happening to him. So, one thing I can say about Amoti is his politics of accommodation, okugonza abantu, and to treat people the way they are. I have told you when I met him, I was a very young man, but the way he treated me, you could think that we had known each other for centuries. Amotti did not only stop there. I met my wife at Amotti's home. So, Amotti loves Hungary, Uganda. He loves Toro, Nkensiye. He loves Abanyabuzale. He loves friends. He loves nature. Mahure, ibintu birukwata mirimo ye ya botanical garden. He was minister of tourism and but atenye ne Amotti habwaki muikara obyarugire mu internal affairs no have and say honorable butimo byarugire mu internal affairs Amotti ruyakoraki abantu abandi bagam president nagonza abantu kubahumiza, but there was nothing between them. Then Amotti was in tourism. Hati atenyi So in kumanya whether atenyi now you are trying to take over mountains of the moon universe as but the two are great friends. So obwomezo mu ebimanyire Amotti politics in Uganda nmugimanya. I have never heard of him involved in any scandal. That is really, Amotti is one of those people abanyakwaire Toro ibara rirungi ngo abatoro twakoraki abatoro tubaiba ngo abatoro twakoraki bino byakasari. Amotti obiwakabali mu government ya Idi Amin tutahurire ngo isire muntu wenu. And by the way, he did not apply there. Unlike Katugambe NRM, where he was politically active and people appreciated, but in Amin's time, he did not apply. But the time came when his moral outstanding could not allow him to continue being in Amin's time. So, yakwatumanda yakoraki again. But atalekeraho, even outside, he continued in the struggle for democracy. In the struggle, the people of Uganda, and up to now, he's still, into those pursuits. Amotti, webale muno, kandi nensiona ya Uganda, nekusimba abo mulimuko. Kandi webale muno, above all, kwa muntu mulungi. Omukyara, Amotti Phoebe, naye webale muno, kuba muntu mulungu. Bwakoye, otali muntu mulungi muno, ningera twakoye kiro kino, tutakucelebratinga 50 years ya kiro kino. Tuongera kusima Ruhanga ayongere kubaha ebiro birungi. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, nenyu webale muno kumpuliriza.
Amotti abagenyi babo bande message. Aralu webale muno. Abagenyi bona nimbagamba bange, nimbagamba beje babaze bange. Hati ninkozesa piki poke. Aralu nuko muhirei. Hati reka ngaruke ndola karo bukara kugwani yo turukuleta. Piki poke. Akiki na boli tulire ngo Amoti akaba headmistress w'okubanza wa Kyebambe akiki dekabaije bakwerebwa Kaisa Amoti. I heard them speak good words about you. Kandi batugambire nebya wisdom circle, the only circle which is after wisdom and not money. I think it is the only one.
Thank you. Congratulations, Papa and Mama Amotis. Mukama asimu. We stand here as living testimonies of the products of Mama Amoti. We were little girls at Kyebambe Girls when Amoti came in, as you heard, being the first African or black headmistress of that school. So we had the joy and the blessing of being mentored by a woman of caliber. And I think the seed that you planted in us is still going on. We want to see more of Amotis being produced in our Toro here. Thank you, Mama, for being our Mama. You were a Mama then, and she's still a Mama now. And as for Papa, we don't know what to say. We started, I remember, how many years? 10 years, almost 10 years, 9, 10 years? More. 13 years ago. Actually, it was right here. I had invited a lady to speak on a book about leadership principles, but according to the Bible. So I invited Papa to come. But out of that, we formed Wisdom Circle. And we started thinking, what should we call it? We didn't want to say Bible study, that's boring. We didn't want to say something religious, that was so boring for others. So we came about, I said, a word like wisdom, because he's full of wisdom. So we started wisdom, 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 and boom, Wisdom Circle. We invited about 12 people, and every Tuesday would gather in his home and go through that book. It took us a year to faithfully study the book, but it's changed our lives. And that has led to many other studies. And even during COVID, we never stopped. We went online. And we've listened to Amoti's wisdom and to the wisdom from above. The Holy Spirit has transformed us. And Amoti, I'm so grateful. And we never forget all the wonderful treats you used to give us in your home. And may the Lord bless you and increase you. And may we just follow your footsteps. God help us.
Praise the Lord very much. Congratulations, Professor and Mama. I am very, very excited. I am very grateful to God. I am Kakara Gladys. In Wisdom Circle, they call me Gladness, and there is a reason why. Well, we were in our last year in Kyebambe, in Senior 4. I think it was second term. That's when they brought her. And when I look back, you know, when you've been through good things and then you come and the things are not so good, you don't feel quite okay. The MC was talking about Enyakasura, which is saying these are sciences and those are arts and therefore English and therefore language. How unfortunate. Because Evelyn and I, from Senior 1 to Senior 4, we studied geography in proper English. We had mathematics in proper English. Every subject, even singing, we can still sing. We sang Anglo-Saxon. So up to now, we are still speaking good English as a result of that. So where is the education system going hereafter? And somebody made a sad remark and said, you know the news anchor who was called Barley Francis? That when Barley Francis died, he died with 60% of Ugandan English. That after him, not many people are going to speak English like Barley Francis. That hurts. It's not a joke. And when I look at what is happening, Oh, may God have mercy. And so I got further privilege from Fabi Rugumayo's hands. I landed into Edward Rugumayo's hands. And lo, he took me to Mountains of the Moon University. They call me the youngest girl there. You know what it means? Yes, that's what it means. And I am still there. I praise the Lord for that. I give glory to God. And now that they appointed him to be chancellor, Amoti, can we stay together until you retire? It will be a great privilege. We really, really thank God. This is my first time to attend a golden jubilee, a marriage golden jubilee anywhere in my life. I had never attended any couples occasion like this. May I pray that those ones that have attended these couples, golden jubilee, please live up, go on, and get your own. Get a leaf from them. Get, they say, in the Christian world, we say, receive the unction from them to continue. Because yesterday, I saw a video where the king of Bahrain, was visiting Abu Dhabi, was visiting UAE, United Arab Emirates, or something like that, and he had a robot. Many of you must have seen it. It speaks six languages. It has got an assortment of guns. It has got an assortment of cameras. And thereafter they said, wait for the clip where another robot is going to get married to a human being. Did you see that? Where are we heading to? Can we please keep together, those of us that still want to continue being very human, as the Amotis lead us on, and Jesus will do the rest. God bless you.
Thank you, Akiki. We'll shortly be going for lunch, but I want us to honor Nyakasura School. Whenever we gather as OBs, in good times and bad times, we honor the school that nurtured us. And so I will request, as a healthy break, we will stand. Oborabo taragiri Nyakasura unoja kunganyera. Betwalo wataragiri Nyakasura. Hey, kamuli bataito yo. Okay. Nakiebambe nayo. Thank you very much. Nakiebambe. Now I'm talking. Thank you. So just to prepare you in advance, please bring to your memory the beautiful hymns for those two schools. But in the meantime, we have a young one. Babagambire ngo haruhomwa yararaga ha balconies. Ngo yagendaga munda agire bigambo bitaito ninja kusaba Andrew Akiki. He wants to say a word or two, and we know him as a very quiet person. Akiki ninja kusaba ije. It is very rare of him. And after that, we'll sing those two hymns and then go for lunch. Okay.
Extremely grateful that we're able to attend this function to honor our Amotis, the Amotis on their anniversary. When it comes to Amoti, Professor, I ran out of superlatives to describe him. This is somebody who has got a whole range of virtues. I don't even know what to say. Intelligent, kind, accommodating, humorous, the works. And it is a challenge to all of us, especially to me, the way he interacts with everybody, family, friends. Sometimes I even get emotional. I don't even know what to say, but you'll forgive me, but it's overwhelming. It's really overwhelming. And it's the first time I'm able to speak publicly. Amoti is a friend, he's a mentor, he's one of a kind. The kind of person who just comes along maybe once in a century or in a lifetime. And I feel lucky and privileged to have known him, for him to be my uncle, my father, my friend, and thank you all for coming.
Kiki ikarahano nja kunyamba tuzinikizina cyanya kasura nza kusaba twemera Amoti nyine murekara mwikalire abasigazi mwemere nabajwahera barukwenda kwegonyora mwemere hanyuma nza kusaba Abul An na Doreen inyo nimwija kuri dinge cya Kiebambe nimwija kunyamba mwiji abakiebambe kale katuzine kizina cya Nyakasura 1 2 3 go. Years of struggle lie behind us, ceaseless labor, little gain. Ever let those years remind us, sunshine follows after rain. Alternating joy and sorrow, hope deferred, success achieved. Teach us that on each tomorrow, each day's loss may be retrieved. May the joy of serving others be to us a true reward. Let us love indeed as brothers, as disciples of the Lord. So today and so tomorrow, Nyakasura school shall be equally in joy and sorrow, faithful Lord of hosts to thee. School. Amoti Otekara, Amoti Grace, na Doreen Rubombora aki. Okay. Amoti, I think Grace, are you ready? In 1 minute, nza kusaba Amoti Reverend Busobozi, eja kusabira kyamusana K2, and you will remain seated. We will usher you to the serving points, each table. Kindly, abakiebambe omugisa gwabarabaho. Okay. Mbagambire alali bali kwija kurunjana Okay, in the interest of time, Abakiebambe, I think they're having challenges. It's been a while. You're coming? Okay. Okay. Reka tusabe Amot Reverend nza kusaba ije bali bacyayitegeko ije tusabire ekyamusana kyaitu Amot.
Reka tusabe Mukama ntukusiima hawe kire kirunge cyo kusemererwa na Professor Edward n'omukyara we Faibi n'ititwena batekanirize kyamusana kirungi ntusaba okyezo kihomugisa kandi ohekiro kino omugisa omu Yesu Kristo Mukama waitu.
Amen. Ninja kusaba the ushers. We can now calling upon the different tables. I think we are set. Is that okay? Okay. Let's give them time. When you're ready.
Do, so, mi, do, mi, la, so, do. Ningozo kwetwe nyuzi, ningozo kubatwera, abagenzi baitu, abayo mu rugendo, no mutora tarushobora kumurikira Siyona, bucya bucya nabajwera abakwishamero yaitu. Chemambe oye! Chemambe oye!
Mutio muno, thank you Akiki. Kigambo, the stage is yours now. Is the
ohondere akalisita nkoko nkakwaire ohondera kalisiti nkokakwaire ntutandika na kyamanywagoha leka tubege naitwe ntukora mulingo kuno katutandike na kyamanywagoha mbatangirire mwebale kwiza mwebale kubaho hamukoro gwekitinisa ogwamani nkagunu otomunorugaba kondizire nebibyone bindukurora nikushima otomunorugaba obyongera akasaundi n'akapiti kake nikushima ebyokora bikoto entasine buragira ureke nkushime chenjojo nyakabara akaroguweitu chamanyako hakurugayo musirurangwa emedali yo kusina ebyetu hanu mu Afrika yonna malitwinayo omungalitano otomunorugaba kondizire nebibyone bindukurora nikushima otomunorugaba kondizire nebibyone bindukurora nikushima arukwarura kakubataliwe rugaba okwimuca omutindo kyamanywagoha kyamanywagoha kigambo nanyowe ndizoka kyamanywagoha nainywe nemukirore ndayobe uleke musimbe otomunorugaba kondizire nebibyone bindukurora nikushima otomunorugaba kondizire nebibyone bindukurora nikushima urra nebikunirisa nishikapuhe ntasimire nimani muhemumo kyamanywagoha kyamanywagoha kigambo nanyowe ndizoka obakanyire baomutima ogw'obuntu obayehemu omutima ogw'ekinyenya obagaremu omutima ogw'obuntu otomunorugaba kondizire nebibyone bindukurora nikushima otomunorugaba kondizire nebibyone bindukurora nikushima next burungi butonya mao mugire buto tusemezanye naito mulindwa akawunga kurungi dikaitwa mugire twekobe tusemeze nyina ito mulindwa mau n'abaramuti n'obasibanda yabe ambunse ikane bamulira mugire twekobe tusemeze nyina ito mulindwa mau yobugega munuka abekatomsoro mugire twekobe tutero mugabo gwaitu Amoto murongo omurungi nkente
wemba kusakale bikali dole talita
bamumpe mutware mau omurungi nkente wemba kusakale bikali dole talita mau omurungi nkento wemba kusakale bikali dole amoti kitumba omurungi nkento wemba kusakale bikali dole wemba kusakale bikali dole omukaka ngulesire omurungi nkento wemba kusakale bikali dole mau garuko mugabana bangi mugaruko mutima kwange kugomonda mau hakiki kakikura mahanga mugaruko mutima kwange kugomonda takura mahungu kutwara ambunse ikane bamulirira otalebwa muka mwana wange amaiti tigeba wavumbeho amaiti tigeba wavumbeho nyamurungi bulisa Uganda, the Pearl of Africa, the Pearl of Africa. Africa, Katura tugende obukera bakalika yondo kehoire okaraba marokaraba karikayondo kehoire nyongera pitch nakasana
Entasima,
eburakia
simanako,
ako
ngire,
mama entasima eburakia simanako
ako tungire. Entasima, eburakia, simanako, ako tungire.
mama eburakia simanako ati kusile amyake hindile Periteito enumyaka nyingi dabire haingi kandi ndosire bingi kandi obundi nchagira Israeli abatagiwamo abalungi n'ababi bonna nobukira abangu baitu haroho ebintarukuru ky'amaiso nyongeraho sound omubiro gw'obwetaavu bakozesa ekikondo okuwufuula ekindi nimbasiima ebikala bya nimbasiima buragiha okubataliwe nakubaire ko bana bamaho unjanjabire mundoleire nakubaire nta bana bamaho omusakibwanyire kakubaire bingi omutima mutehaho okwihunga ly'obulwere namanye ebyange birwaire bakanyihamulako bangarra muko wange nindesa y'okufa bayita omukama n'omulungi ekyokubanga kyanga atika n'indyowondo ampaire n'abanyoni simire bakanshimire entatimbe buragira okubataliwe nakubaire ko bana bamaho munjanjabire mundoleire nakubaire nta bana bamaho omusakibwanyire kakubaire bingi omutima mutehaho simire mucho muno abakuru sindwena n'abakaikuru mucho muno asike n'aboto nanywe wekazi mucho muno bana bambao ababisha kulya abatamanya mirimo mucho muno simire batari simire
Nyongera pitch. Nyongera pitch. Ekirale kyawe kiraha umuntu ekirale binda zibubi ekimanisa bolifa ekirale kyawe kiraha umuntu ekirale binda zibubi ekimanisa bolifa ekirale ekyomarembezi wabe ekirale kyatoro kabumaho ekirale ekyomarembezi wabe ekirale kyatoro kabumaho ekirale kyayo kyali kyamani omu Uganda amahanga kagirolahoga atikawekera kita urugero mwite tombeke ekirale tugadwe toro ekirale kyokusomesa toro yali tokuroraho galuma yali university kitara hati mu matendekero ebyobulemi n'obutegeki muno kagali matwale embuga hasangatanganire emihanda yona ekirale kyawe kiraha kubulwa ekirale bingazi bubi ekimanisa bolifa ekirale komabembezi wabe ekirale kyatoro ekirale kyokutunga mangekiyona gali masokente ebyamakana ebibanza nyinekana akagongo kona katwatinohura mpikiza ndare omukampu yewe nk'omuntu embura yoyombekendu osomesa abaana by'emiti ambika ebitabo oteera ebizina ekirale ky'obumanzi ekinyakuyindi ihanga bana banyamwenge zalizo kiziwana mondo ekirale kyawe kiraha kubulwa ekirale binazibubi ekimanisa bolifa ekirale ekyomwebembezi wabe ekirale kyatoro oli mwebembezi wezingire ekizibu kimaleho kyoleka ekirale kyawe abantu bakimanyire okamanza otungula ekiteeka baza amazima turoli ngubikutero kasula kwekinirwa okawerekera ebyanga kwenulisiriza kubakweba hasa kugabembeho oyombekesa enguudo ronda ekyombyeko bakuyijukege sakira abantu enkulakulana atema oluhenda ekirale kyawe kiraha kubulwa ekirale binazibubi nekimanisa bolifa ekirale kyatoro bagenzi bange busawo kintu kiriko kuba mwebembezi okaruga mu ntebeki otaine kirale barakwijukirawo kamukwebembera ekirale kyekayani ekirale kyekikakyani oluganda olutaine ekirale kurahire ihanga litapire yokombeka ekirale bantinywe ekirale kyawe kiraha ekirale ekyomwebembezi wabe ekirale kyatoro otaine yombeka ekirale abaana bawe nabaizukuru ekibalisangaho nda yawe kigambo kanyenyigire mu kirale ekyokuzina minyuzu ky'abantu munuka okwombeka ekirale nyina okunira nti bundi bantaroho kigambo bali kinyuzukiraho gandi mutabani wa kijuma omukika tiri nandikahwa bana banyamwenge kaswa abasipe ekirale ekirale kyabe kiraha
ekirale 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 kyatoro mwebale 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 muno ntujagaruka omurundi ogundi leka tubanze tunywe engota y'amaizi.
Come home right now, please.
vibala vibala eh.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry for interrupting your lunch, but just to let you know that we'll be officially starting our program in the next 5 minutes. So giving you some time to finish with your lunch, and then we can begin. We hope everybody has had something to eat, and we look forward to a very entertaining evening in honor of our chief guests, Professor Amoti Rugumayo and Amoti, Mrs., who are our hosts this evening. Again, congratulations for 50 years of togetherness. You are indeed a beacon in on so many regards. So with those words, I'll let you finish your lunch, and then in 5 minutes we will officially start.
I couldn't bear it without you. Don't get around much anymore. Miss the Saturday dance. Heard they crowded the floor. I couldn't bear it without you. Don't get around much anymore. Thought I'd visit the club. You know, I only got as far as the door. They'd have asked me about you, but I don't get around much anymore. Oh, no. My darling, I guess my mind's more at ease, but nevertheless, tell me why
Ladies and gentlemen, could we please take our seats and get ready to start? Take our seats, please. The serving staff, please do help us and clear the tables. Could we please settle down, ladies and gentlemen, as we get ready to start. Again, good afternoon, all of you, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am Dennis Kamarasi, and I will be your MC today. I will do this with my elder brother, Arali Rubongoya. Mainly Arali alhanu omanyero ortoro rwange ornyoro toro ruina mwembaliga. Na weki Arali aro kuranda kuterekereza na mbere kusobya na weki mkuru wange nikusimu yone yorukora. Abagenyi baitu inywena nitupatangira umuhimbo mwingi muno mwebale kwija mutabaruke mhanda. For purposes of inclusion hati nja kugaruka mu rujungu tusobole kwetegerezangana. Yes. So our program for today is largely to discuss the life of a very honorable gentleman in the form of Professor Edward Rugumayo Amoti, our host for today. In these 387 pages is history, there's philosophy, there's psychology. It's really a wonder. And we must thank Amoti for actually taking the time to put this down in writing. I was having a conversation with Mr. Robert Kabshenga earlier, and he said that when you read this book, it's hard to believe that the author is a scientist because he writes like a literature major. And I think that was the nature of the education that was received long ago. So this is the book that we're going to discuss. This is the purpose of this evening, of course, together with the celebration of love and family. And I do not think that it was accidental for Professor to have this launch to coincide with his 50th anniversary. When you read these pages, you'll understand just how meticulous he is. There are very few things he leaves to chance. Everything is measured. So this is intentional, and we're going to be very intentional this evening. I will go through the program so that you are not flying blind. We will have 3 readings. This book has been broken down into 3 general areas. We have the beginning, which is the beginning of life in Mwenge, Professor's early schooling, what he called the nest. His days in Mukole, in Butiti, in Galhuma, in Nyakasura. That will form the first part of the book. And then the second part is when he left and went first to Makerere, and then on to the UK for his education, and then returned. That would be the second. And then the third and last will be his foray into politics, the dynamics of which, for anyone who loves history, I would highly recommend that you read this, because a lot of what you see will begin to make sense when you actually follow the trajectory of where we have come from and where we are. So those will be the broad discussions broken down into three. We'll have three excerpts read by the grandchildren. Abigail, be ready, Olea and Bobo. And all of those will read excerpts which have been carefully chosen by Professor. And then we have a panel of eminent people who will then close out the discussion. We have Mr. Robert Kabshenga, who needs no introductions. He's an accomplished journalist. He told me not to mention where he's worked before, but all of us know. You just need to find a vendor and you'll know the answer. Well, I'll just keep it at that. And now he's into coffee. The second panelist is at the back. Could you please turn it down? We can't hear. There's a lot of commotion at the back. You should settle down so that we can all hear each other. Mrs. Beatrice Kiraso, who is the next panelist, a daughter of the soil here and former woman MP, also forms part of the panel. And closing out the panel will be Mr. Mujuni, who is head of current affairs, nation, media, but more importantly, he's a grandson in this home. So that is how we are going to go through today's program. At the end, we'll have a couple of speeches. We'll have a speech from a friend, somebody who has been in Professor's life right from exile up to here, in the form of Omovito, Uncle Gilbert, Atwoke Mujogia. And then we will hear from Professor, who will also give us a few words. We'll then close out with a book signing. And the books at the back, Kogere has a desk over there. Anyone who requires a copy, the books at the back for retail price of 60,000. This is not a sales pitch, and this is not even because I'm quite fond of Professor, but this book is amazing, really, frankly speaking. It's not biased. I try to be frank as much as I can. I am not biased, and I have read this book twice. So it is really quite a piece of work that Professor has put together. So without further ado, I would like to invite Abigail. Abigail, are you here? To read the first excerpt.
Lunch was almost ready. Mother left the steaming matsoke on a slow fire to get... Okay. With a slow fire together with the accompanying relish dish. She told me she was going to visit the neighbors for a short time, a distance of about half a kilometer away. It was a dry, hot and windy day. Perhaps in June or November, but I cannot remember the exact month. The year was 1943, and I recall bushfires were raging all over the sub-county. I did not have much to do except wait for Mother to serve lunch, and I was not hungry either. Out of curiosity, I picked a dry reed and ignited it with fire from the cooking fireplace. With lapping tongues of fire, I carried the reed outside. The kitchen was thatched with sojo mixed with dry banana leaves, ihariega, both highly flammable materials. Gingerly, I experimented starting a fire on the kitchen eaves. Needless to say, the experiments proved highly successful from the very start. I observed the fire started gradually, and within a twinkle of an eye, the side of the kitchen was raging inferno. My mind raced fast. I imagined hellfire to be close to this, and that hardly appealed to me. I had to act fast. Time was not on my side. I moved straight into the kitchen and dragged a huge sack full of dry coffee. Momentarily, my attention was drawn to the droves of lizards and rats filling the burning kitchen. With wind conspiring against me, the fire spread faster than it would have on a calm day. I dashed into the kitchen again. This time I managed to rescue a few baskets, calabash, and one or two other items. A very frightened 8-year-old boy could carry, given the circumstance. I realized nothing more could be salvaged. I stood away from the blazing kitchen and raised an alarm. The alarm was heard by my neighbors who came running with Mother in the lead. Mother was in tears, almost wanting to throw herself into the fire in an attempt to salvage some of her most valued kitchen items. The neighbors restrained her. I stood transfixed, speechless, trembling, visibly without tears, but fearful and tearful inside. Come evening of that fateful day, Omnyoro arrived from one of his numerous journeys, only to be greeted by a charred kitchen and a son whose upper tooth was missing before its time. This time I was trembling at the thought I would get double punishment from my old man. However, contrary to my fears, Omnyoro proceeded to ask me searching questions. Why did I start the fire? What did I want to see? What did I see? And so on. Still fearful, I answered all of them as truthfully as I could. But what must have impressed him the most was that I started the fire to see if it could burn as fast as the grass fires we regularly started in a bush. How did it burn? Omnyoro inquired. Faster, I responded. Then I added, but I managed to salvage a few items, including your sack of coffee. I proudly reported, hoping for some word of appreciation from him. There was laughter from the family.
Thank you, Abigail. As you read this book, you get a better understanding of Professor. Sometimes you can think that he has always been like that. Like us younger people, you think he was born with gray hair. But after reading the book, you begin to realize that he also went through childhood and passed through so much. One thing he mentions a lot about is his love for grasshoppers, which I think persists to this day. And that fire had something to do with grasshoppers, if you read a bit further on. But I would like to read just 2 lines before I ask the next speaker to come. When Professor was in Galihuma, there was another school called Kisororo. Kisororo boys. And they used to have competitions of English speaking. Who could speak the most English? So these are like juniors, 10, 7, 5. You can imagine growing up in Toro, the exposure to English is not that much. So the competition would be when somebody speaks, the number of pardons that you can get makes you the winner. So for those who like big bombastic words, if you'd use a whole slew of words and everyone's like, pardon, pardon, you take the day. So Professor, at 11 years old, and he was the smallest of the boys there, entered this competition. Allow me to read his submission. In promulgating your esoteric cogitation and articulating your most superficial sentimentalities, beware of philosophical and psychological platitudinous ponderosity. That is 11-year-old professor. But He had assistance from his elder brothers in Nyakasura, who put together some words, because even me, I was pardoning all through. This sent me to the dictionary a couple of times. He had me clamoring for a dictionary at my age. And he won the pardon contest. So Professor's eye for big things has come from very far. So I would like to invite Olea to come and read the second excerpt.
Following my signing of the contract with UNZA, I was allocated a house, 2739 Quacha Road, off Great East Road, obtained a car loan, and we were now more or less settled in our new home. However, there was another hurdle to overcome. How could I raise 3 children single-handed? They needed a mother, and I needed a companion, a wife. When Otto and Mary came to see me, I confided in them about my fiancé, Foibi Bitete, who was the headmistress of Kibambe Girls' School, Fort Portal. I told them Foibi did not know my whereabouts since we fled Uganda. The issue was that I was afraid to contact her directly for fear of endangering her life and the lives of the other people in the process. When Otto came up with a brilliant idea of a cryptic letter, which only Foibi could decipher, we composed the following letter, purportedly written by the UNZA librarian. Dear Madam, subject. About my whereabouts. Unfortunately, he could not help her. On further reflection, the penny dropped. The next challenge was how Foibi was to get to Zambia. Another chance opening presented itself. The East African community was still intact, and 3 member states had a common examination administered by the East African Examination Council, headquartered in Kampala. Foibi was one of the history examiners, and there was a scheduled meeting of examiners in Nairobi. Hurriedly, Foibi packed whatever she was able to take and sent the rest to her home in Kabale and left for Nairobi, where she attended the examiner's meeting. While there, she contacted Chris Mbojana and Danny Nabudere, who in turn contacted me. Within 2 weeks, Foibi joined us in Lusaka.
Yes, as you can see, Professor is a man of many talents. He even learned how to cipher messages. For avoidance of doubt, the big package was Amoti, Omkiara. The 3 small packages was Olimi, Nyonga, and Mbabazi. And Timu. Those were the small packages. And the librarian was Professor, eagerly awaiting the second package. So during those days, it was very difficult. Uganda was in turmoil. So a lot of these things used to be intercepted by security officials. So you'd have to cipher some of the messages so that you could easily understand them. And that was the whole point of the cipher. Just before I call Kigambo, there are certain parts, I'll just go a bit behind to the first part because we had moved on to the second. As you read, there's a lot of, like I said, the first part of the book is about culture. It's about the culture of Toro, the culture of Nyoro, the people, how the people existed at that time. It's amazing that people would send their children far away to go and study, and they would just give you a note and say, go and see so-and-so. Tell him you have come from so-and-so. No mobile phones, no letters, nothing. Somebody just shows up in your compound with his bag, and they would be received. And you'd be there for the entire time you are studying. That's amazing. I found that quite amazing because I don't think we have that anymore. Here, You have to first call, then send an email, then knock, then ring the bell, then negotiate the dog. It's very difficult. Life has changed. Life has really changed. So there was a sense of community and there was a sense of family. But I also landed on a couple of interesting things. Natural remedies. Things like ekikiora, ekebombo, amatahe. These are local remedies for different diseases. Amatehe. Amatehe. You see, I'm learning. We learn every day. And most importantly, well, not importantly, but there was a bit of a scary one called the okurumika. When you had a headache, they'd shave your head and start making incisions. And the cutter was called omurumiki, and the instrument he used was ikirumiko. So, and these are things that are going to die with time, even just knowing them. So that's why I would like to, again, credit Professor, because when you put these things in writing, they live forever. Posterity is able to refer to them, at least if for nothing else, because now we have Panado instead of Okoromeka. But if for nothing else, at least to understand that these things were done. So in line with culture, I would like to request Kigambo to give us one quick song in honor of culture, and we can continue from there.
Sound it. Omuka burungi butonya mugire bojo tusemeze nyine itonda yawe. Omuka burungi butonya mugire bojo tusemeze nyine itomulindwa. Akahundwa burungi ndikaitwa mugire pekobe tusemeze nyine itomulindwa. Mao akahundwa burungi nawe. Ambunzeri kani bamulirira nyongera akasaundi kake mao ebyo kugega muno kadi kazonzo mugire bekobe tuzera omugabo gwaitu ekiri omugandi kisalikireko abantu nebaswera abandi nebaswerwa nyongera akapiti kake amoto murongo omurungi ngento wemati kusakaye bikaji dole ntarita wemati kusakaye bikaji dola bamumpe mutware amoto murongo omurungi ngento wemati kusakaye bikaji dola omurungi ngento wemati kusakaye bikaji nyangoma omurungi ngento wemati kusakaye bikaji dola wemati kusakaye bikaji dola omuntu mutwale nyowe amoti kijumba omurungi ngento wemati kusakaye bikaji dola Wamuka mutwale, omukaga mulesire, omurungi ngento, wenda kusakale bikali dole ntarita.
manako
Mwebale muno, Kigambo and Troop. Thank you very much for that cultural touch. So, a round of applause. Thank you. Yes, so after Galhuma, Professor moved on to Nyakasura, beginning to cut his academic teeth. And of course, whilst at Nyakasura, like most of the OBs of Nyakasura, they were all sentenced by Commander Ernest Ebohand Carwell to wearing skirts. I think if he was there, if he was still there, you should sue him. But anyway, that was the uniform because Commander, I think as he was fondly called, was a Scotsman, and he had also served in Her Majesty's Royal Navy. But this is where Professor began to cut his academic teeth. In Nyakasura, he met a couple of people. Unfortunately, none of them was able to make it here. People like, I think, Eli Mwirumuvi, if I remember correctly, and others. So from Nyakasura, he moved on to Makerere College, which was a college at that time. And he met the likes of Mwai Kibaki, among other prominent people like Mr. John Kaboha, who I would recognize. Those who know me know why, and so many others. But what's interesting about Makerere is Professor was given agriculture as the course to do, but he did not want to do it. And he opted not to do it. And as he went through some soul searching within his mind, he remembered the stanza from the anthem of Nyakasura. This is what I'm beginning to, this is a very all-round education, when every piece of your education contributes to you. So I will read from the stanza that actually guided his decision. Alternating joy and sorrow, hope deferred, success achieved. Teach us that on each tomorrow, each day's loss may be retrieved. This is very deep if you think about it. And it's pretty much a story of hope and of never giving up. If you look at a bit of the earlier part of this book, Professor learned life a bit early. He lost a sibling when he was young. They lost their herd. His father's cattle all died. And there were so many things that happened in his life that should happen to you when you're older. But these are things that happened when he was younger. And that's part of what formed him into who he is today. His father, who he talks a lot about, Omnyoro, much as I've heard a lot about the gentlemen of that generation. I've experienced some of them. These were no-nonsense gentlemen. They were not people who you'd talk back to or tell your opinion. They would set down the law. You were just supposed to follow instructions. This was a generation of parents who believed that children were servants until the age of about 19, 20. And you're not supposed to be heard or even seen. But Omnyoro was different. Omnyoro was a Democrat, and a lot of discussions used to be held. They had a chimeza in their home. And I found that quite interesting, where you have a chimeza with your father and you can debate and bring up cases of unfairness. You think he was unfair. So this is important because it basically tells you about the character molding of somebody. Your formative years and how you're brought up has a lot of impact on who you eventually become. And some of these things are not accidental. They tend to be intentional. So Prof left Makerere and then made his way to the UK, which in retrospect was actually better than what would have happened. So one might have thought it a lost cause, but in retrospect, it was different. The funny thing about life is that life can only be lived forwards, but can only be understood backwards. That's the thing about life. You get an understanding from experience, but you have to live it forwards. And this is what happened. So we'll have one more reading from Bobo. These excerpts were chosen by Professor himself, So they all have special significance to him.
I'm taking a reading from the chapter 17, The Emergence of Dual Power. Institutions are built through three major activities: education, research, and production. Those charged with this task, from the humblest home, kindergarten, and primary school teacher, through to the university professor, to company chief, executive, to leaders of private and public institutions, to political leadership, should always remember that generational progress is realized by consciously improving the quality of people that emerge from those institutions. In other words, the mission of every leader should be to educate, train, mentor, and provide ample practical opportunity to produce a generation that performs better than the preceding generation. This is the essence of progress and development. A good leader must know right from the beginning that, in addition to creating institutions that should outlive him, he must consciously work himself out of a job. The aggregate of leaders' actions must create the distinct impression to all and sundry of his dispensability, and, to state the obvious, but which is not grasped by some leaders, their mortality. The second area is creating new knowledge through research, consolidating, and conserving the gains of past generations. This can be achieved by allocating adequate funds for these activities, keeping records or achievements, successes and failures through the written word, teaching, training, research, and maintenance through repairs and renovations, keeping historical, archaeological, and geological records and cultural artifacts. Budgets of many African countries allocate little resources and hardly cater for libraries, repairs, and maintenance. It is not surprising, therefore, that most public buildings and utilities are in a sorry state of disrepair. In short, they are dilapidated. In Uganda, repairs of such buildings tend to cost as much as, if not more than, construction of new buildings of similar sizes and standards. This practice is bonus to some smart bureaucrat and politician who sees every opportunity to make a quick buck from tendering for such repair jobs. The third area is interactions through social actions. There is crying need to allow more freedom of interaction through the media, assembly, worship and expression, and contention of ideas in both the public domain and marketplace. Stifled expression of ideas stunts intellectual growth, resulting in social unrest, and may produce untidy solutions of both simple and complex societal problems. This is to say, a postponement of the day of social reckoning resulting from botched social engineering experiments. Thank you.
Thank you, Bobo. This now opened the most interesting part, at least for me, of the book about the political history of Uganda. Maybe before we go into that a bit, I'd like to recognize the presence of the area MP, Akiki, Alex Ruhunda, Ntukutangira. It's only befitting that before we go into politics, we recognize you, sir. So, when Professor came back from the UK, he worked, his first job here was as warden of Micho. And from there, he went into politics. Those days, according to the book, they would not send you, during the regime of Idi Amin, they wouldn't send you an appointment letter. You just need to be near the television at 5 p.m. to know whether you've been sacked or you've been hired. There was nothing like letters coming in. So Professor got to know about his appointment on TV. And he was made a minister, state minister, in the regime. And I think, Robert, I'm just going to open for you this and then set the tone, because this will be a rather interesting, interesting discussion. Right, so the politics of Uganda have been very interesting, but Professor has actually lived these politics. Because as you read through the pages, every person who has ever contributed to politics in Uganda. From many of the people I never saw, just hear about the people like Semei Nyanzi, who people usually say Chairman Nyanzi, Chairman Nyanzi. It has become like a slogan, Chairman Nyanzi. But that guy was actually chairman during the Moshi conference, and that's how that chairman, in UDC exactly. So that's how that Chairman Nyanzi thing comes. People like Y. Okot, the chemistry teacher who was also the headmaster of Mwiri. Do you know what his motto was? For God and my country. That became Uganda's motto. So we copied Y. Okot, and you'll find that in the book. When Professor was a teacher at Kibuli SS, he taught Kasirye Gwanga, he taught Abe Kafumbe Mukasa. I did not know that Kakoza Mutale has been around since the 70s. I had no clue. So these people you're going to find in this book. And this is where a professor has a knack, because now actually, from today, I'm very careful how I operate around professor, because he's very observant. And he has written character analysis of people like Abu Mayanja, Professor Lule, Bina Isa. I never understood what happened with Professor Lule. Now I know how that came to be. They agreed one thing in Moshi. He came here, he changed his position. They censured him. They put in Bina Isa. They got some misunderstandings within there. He was removed. Then Professor went into second exile. Professor, by the way, was the chairman of the National Consultative Council, which was the council that put together the National Executive Committee. And on that National Executive Committee, there was a Committee of Defense, which was headed by Paulo Mwanga, deputized by His Excellency Yoweri Museveni. And you're going to find very, very interesting people here. People like the late Kalimuzo, the Vice Chancellor of Makerere University. Semogerere, Musazi, everybody. And Professor has a first-hand account of meeting these people. I've always been an admirer of Mwalimu Nyerere. And Professor met Nyerere, and his description was not very flattering. It kind of almost changed my mind about the man, but I'm still holding fast onto him. But they were all very colorful characters. And you begin to realize that there's much more than meets the eye. You know, you cannot really ever know somebody. You can think you know them, but you cannot really know them until you've had a very deep interaction with them. So let me read from one of Professor's colorful descriptions. Here, he was talking about politics. Of course, he had people who were always on his case. There were two kinds of politicians. There were the briefcase politicians, in which category Professor was. And then there were the fighters of the guns, who also had their group. So, Professor writes, however, there are some political writers, notably Mahmoud Mamdani, who regard my participation and other prominent Ugandans' participation in Amin's government as opportunistic, lacking political vision and outright betrayal of the interests of people of Uganda. Such reasoning is based on a purist and linear approach to the study and interpretation of history. This approach tends to personalize issues rather than look at the wider canvas in which historical events unfold and in which individuals play their respective roles. In other words, there's more than one way to skin a cat, and every contribution is important. You can thus not say that one contribution is better than the other, because all of these things are subject to context. Allow me to read the last one. Yes, so Professor was not a judgmental person, and he's a person who likes to understand before he draws a value judgment. And that understanding he looks at historical things. So this is what he thought about Amin. First, he tries to trace Amin's history to try and understand the way he is. So he says, as a child, Amin's mother separated from his father and settled in Lugazi, where she eked out a living by doing odd jobs, including petty trade, brewing waraji and kwete, and was on hand to act as a healer. She did this to support herself and her family. Many women in Africa live under difficult conditions, abandoned by the husbands and fathers of their children, or widowed and without social security. They toil and with varying degrees of success support their families, raise their children, educate them, and set them off to life. Amin's mother was such a person. These women are unsung heroes of past, and more so, contemporary African society. Later, Amin's mother married another man. Okay, so what is important here is to see that he did not pass judgment on the man. He wanted to understand, why is it this way? So he looked at it from a historical perspective and made a value judgment. This is part of the judgment. From the above scale of Amin's early life, it is apparent that his childhood was unsettled, without a father figure, and with a mother who did not enjoy lasting marital relationship. For a young boy, the sight of different men trooping in and out of his mother's life must have confused him. Was he to regard each his father or his uncle? This early childhood experience in interpersonal relationship added to the confusion in young Amin's life. Young Amin's life was characterized by poverty, quarrels, and devoid of parental love. So at this juncture, allow me to invite our panelists. Mr. Mujuni, Robo, Mr. Kapshenga, Ms. Beatrice Keraso, please do join us here. And I think Mujuni is going to also double as moderator. I don't know, will we be allowed to ask questions or? Right, so this session will take the better part of 25 minutes, and then we'll move on to a speech.
All right. Thank you so much. We have probably a more difficult task than everyone today to discuss 396 pages in 30 minutes. Professor, thank you so very much for the opportunity to do this. And thank you so much to the panelists for agreeing to do this. I think that maybe if I could start with you, Robert. People might not know you. Some people might not know you in this room, which would be odd, but who are you so that these people can know you?
I think the best way to introduce myself is my connection with Toro. So I have been privileged to marry in the same family with William Biaruhanga. Yes, and and so William has made sure that for the last 20 years I have spent my Christmas in Toro, more than I have spent in my own village in Kanungu. So I have even been given Mpako. I am a Woli Kabushenga. So and this was given to me by the mother of Andrew Mwenda. So it's legit Mpako. And there are other personal things that I'll talk about, but the one that can be explained, again, my other connection with Toro is, of course, Mrs. Rugumayo. And Mr. John Vitete can explain the linkage at some other point between the Vitetes and the Kabushengas. It is actually quite close. So that's who I am here. And I suspect that that's the only reason Professor asked me to come here. Yeah.
There are other reasons, that notwithstanding.
We shall hear in the course of the conversation. Yeah.
All right, Honorable Beatrice Kiwaso, just introduce yourself and then you can give us your opening remarks on the book.
Thank you. My name is Beatrice Kiraso. I'm from here. And you all know me. That's wonderful. So I shouldn't take more time to talk about myself. Today is not my day. But to Amoti, I was allowed to give a remark or two. You've made us so, so proud. It's very exciting, actually emotionally exciting. One of the reasons people have got a function like this to launch, but also to have people talk about your book, one of the reasons is to raise appetite so that people can go and buy the book. We had to literally ask the young people down there to stop selling the book because we have not, the book hasn't been launched, but I see many people already have the book and others are already reading. So one of the aims has already been achieved. I'm so humbled, personally, I'm so humbled. I'm honored, Amoti, to have asked me to do this today in front of people who are highly educated, professors and so on. But it's very gratifying. Of course, you and I have more relationships than just being from Toro, but I will not go into that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Maybe if I could also add, I'm from here. Someone mentioned my name as Mujuni. That is as criminal as they come, but I'm Mujuni. I'm from here. And Professor there is my grandfather. So in many ways, I'm very inspired to be here. But very quickly to get into the discussion, and I'll start with you, Beatrice. A healthy part of this book is dedicated to discussing the relationship between Professor Ando Munyoro and father. And it discusses really the role that family plays in shaping who someone becomes in the long run. But not just family, but family that's linked to cultural values of Toro Kingdom. How would you say that plays out in the book, and how does that inspire the young Batoro in this room to stick to their norms and values and culture?
Thank you, Raymond. Actually, I had put here a note. And this was related to thanking Amoti for making us proud, because you have given us, so this book gives us an opportunity to identify with people and places that we have only heard about. Amoti, I did not know that your Nyarwa family is connected or has got links with 4 kingdoms. But that said, the way the family upheld those values, the way the family kept on a cultural path, it's really amazing. We have a lot to learn. When I looked at this hall, I was wishing that more people were here, especially people who are in leadership, because there's something to learn on each and every page, in each and every chapter of that book. My first comment about the book, and I think we spoke, was that Amot tells very good stories. They are very deep, they are educative, they are very funny, definitely. Amoti, I did not know that you had such a high sense of humor. I know you're funny, but I didn't know it was to that extent. But anyhow, From each and every story, there's something to learn. And they are short stories, then you go to the next one, and then you wish the other one had continued. So even the style, which I think is Robert's speciality more than mine, is wonderful. But the message in there, the lesson to learn, the values that we pick from there, no wonder Professor Rugumayo is what he is today because of that kind of upbringing, as has already been talked about.
Yeah, that's the kind of sabotage that used to happen in 79. So, and Prof writes about it in good detail. Yeah.
I wanted to ask you, Robert.
Yeah.
Early in this book, you learn of Amoti's diplomacy.
Yeah.
Asked to pray. I think Munyoro had been using the stick to put things in order. And Amoti's asked to pray, and in his prayer, he asks the Lord, have mercy upon us. But I mentioned this excerpt because it's a very important way in which Amoti learns to deal with authority.
Yeah.
Particularly in speaking back. And that informs the way that he shapes the politics of the country much.
Yes. So, Raymond, I'm going to depart from your questions because for me to sit here and talk about Professor Edward Rugumayo is an immense personal privilege. And people who are not of my generation cannot understand what it means. So, Raymond, I'm going to tell you something that I've told only a few people. In 1979, I was an 11-year-old boy in primary 6 in a school that doesn't exist anymore. That school was behind the National Theatre. It used to be called Shimoni Demonstration School. On this one morning, it's the one morning my mother didn't listen to radio. I think either we didn't have batteries or there was no electricity. Anyway, so we woke up, she gave me porridge, and as kids of those days, she put a healthy dose of Vaseline on my face and said, let's go to school. So we walked from Naguru in the housing estate where we lived. Devi Mugamba and Judge Mugamba will know that neighborhood pretty well. We walked through what's today Africana and Centenary Park, and then we arrived at school. So my mom parted ways with me at the crossing. I walked up through the back gate, and there was an eerie silence. There were no people in town. But we wondered, we thought it's just too early. Anyway, when we get to school after about an hour, one teacher comes and there's like 3 students and says, today there's no school. So we asked, is there a public holiday? The teacher said, no, there are demonstrations, so go home. Now, the National Theatre had a military unit that protected it because they had to protect the back of Radio Uganda, which was, you know, those days, the way you captured power, you captured Radio Uganda. That's it. You go on radio and announce, fellow countrymen.
Are there new ways to capture power that you're telling us, Robert?
I will not go there. You read the last chapter of Professor's book, you will know. So I was sitting there, and so I go there and join the Tanzanian soldiers. I don't know why I went there. No, I remember why I went there. The Tanzanian soldiers used to have biscuits. So I went there in the hope that the Tanzanian soldiers would share biscuits and we have conversation. So while I'm sitting there, I look across Parliamentary Avenue, and there is a Mercedes-Benz limousine. Now I have learned its real name. It's called Pullman. It drove by very slowly, and inside was this, in the back seat, left-hand corner, was this gentleman wearing thick glasses in a safari suit and looking like authority. And when I looked closely, it was Edward Rugumayo. I thought I had seen God. It was like, these were the names. And he was such a larger-than-life individual. And what this book does, Professor, it vindicates my belief that you are actually larger than life. And this book, Raymond, this book is quintessentially Rugumayo. When you read it, it's as if you are having a conversation with Professor. He writes exactly the way he talks. There's no legalese, there's no jargon, nothing. It's just Rugumayo talking to you. But the thing is, if you, and I must warn you earlier, this book is not for lazy readers. No. People who are just looking for narratives and gossip to go and repeat, no. Why it is quintessentially Rugumayo is because he comes through as a teacher. In this book, Rugumayo delivers incredible lessons. The amount of detail, it reminded me of a story he said. I can't remember whether we were with William or somebody. We went to see him, and he told us about a conversation he had with a senior government official who was asking about a detail. And he told him, hold on, I need to check my diary from 1979. So the detail in there is typically the detail that only people like Rugumayo can deliver. For him, in 2011, to have been able to remember the things that he remembers shows you a person who is really organized. And so, by doing this, Professor gives us a book for the serious-minded people. And it can be seen, first of all, in the weight of the book, the presentation, the choice of paper, the font, and the language of delivery. And in fact, the most interesting thing is the way he uses his photos. He doesn't use his photos for vanity or to entertain you. The photos are used to illustrate a very specific point. So if you're just going to look for photos, just abandon the project. They're all in black and white, and if you have very bad eyesight, you probably won't figure out who is who, but the pictures serve the serious purpose of what Professor is doing. I think I'll say a few more things later about the book.
Yeah, I think that the one on the pictures really speaks to me. I was struggling in the reading room. There's a picture in here of Professor's resignation letter, the handwritten resignation letter. And I was struggling to read it in the reading room, and my wife said I'd grown old for a young man like myself. Beatrice, the other aspect that I wanted us to talk about in this book is really applying yourself to a problem. Something that Professor does a lot in the leadership of Uganda, in tutorship in the UK, being able to notice your skills and applying yourself to the problem. That's something that we don't see a lot in our leadership today. People applying themselves to the problem. We hear a lot about people talking about the problem, skirting around the problem, creating the problem, but very few people apply to the problem. What is it about Rugumayo's story that tells us it's inspirational in that regard?
Yeah, Raymond, first and foremost, Professor Rugumayo is a very modest person when he's putting across a point. He doesn't come across as somebody who wants to communicate what he did better than somebody else or how much he knows. And I thought that was amazing. So even that, it would take you and your brilliant mind to pick it from the book. Actually, in the earlier years, in his stubborn, cheeky, naughty, formative years, he says he used to start fights a lot. He liked to fight. But he says, I would always lose these fights because I did not have strategy. He was not strategic. And then as you go along reading, you find that he got his foot into strategy and perfected the art. You have to be strategic. You cannot make an impact just far. Even when you come here, you come and launch. There has to be some strategy somewhere. So, yeah, strategy, but also other qualities that distinguish some leaders from others, that distinguish men from other men or women from other women. And without blowing his trumpet, the stories, the narratives, the experiences shared, they bring out that. I put a note here. I was putting notes until I filled one book and another one and another one. And then I didn't know how much time I was going to be given to speak today. When you say we are politicians, because I once stood and was elected and became an MP, and then we all call ourselves politicians, including Professor Edward Rugumayo. I don't know, maybe there should be grades, because I felt dwarfed. I'm even ashamed to say I'm a politician. Because you are a politician, what have you done? What have you achieved? How strategic have you been in what you have delivered, if any? Delivery. So I'm sorry, I hope I did not digress. Whenever you put a small question, I want to use that opportunity to say everything that I had prepared to say. But yes, it's the depth and what somebody has been able to do and to achieve within a short time, Amoti. Short time, because people have lived for so many years and you cannot put a finger on what they have done for themselves, their families, or their countries.
Okay, that's very nice. Robert, I want to come to you, and now I want to talk about the dicier bits of the book, which is the murky politics of Uganda. I read a great deal of biographies in Uganda. I don't think any of them is as healthy in terms of discussion as this is. But at the end of the book, you get the feeling we're still stuck in 1970s and not coming out at the other end of the pipeline. And one of the excerpts is a very good excerpt that has just been read here, which is that a leader must lead in a way that they remove themselves, or they are seeing people that they lead, that they're dispensable. Do you think that that's a quality we need in our politics today? And how do we learn it from Professor Rugumayo's book?
If I had the authority, and I'm really praying for divine authority here, I would get the book, get the second part of the book, and force every single political actor in Uganda to read that part. Because it is amazing how the more we change, the more we remain the same. How the actors are still the same and their character is on full display. I had planned to actually read 2 of the extracts that have been read as an illustration. By the way, as marriage proposals come, the one of Professor was ingenious. I mean, that telex was just out of this world. But it speaks to the politics that even today, people find it difficult to speak straight and are still talking cryptically. And yet the healthy thing about Professor's book is that he's a straight-talking person who tells it as it is. I am reluctant to say what's in there because I think people should take the headache of buying the book. I think somebody that takes trouble to buy a book, to write a book, we should buy it and take the trouble to read it. Certainly, Honorable Rwunda, all of you MPs of Toro, please buy that book and read it. Read it and internalize it, because Professor is giving us a very powerful lesson. I'm tempted to think it's even a parting shot. But he says some very fundamental things.
There's a part 2 at the very... As you end the book, you realize that he says, I'm going to sit down. When I settle down, I'll write again.
And he's 90. So if you're telling me that he's settling, and yet some of us, by 55, we're already beginning to look tired and finished. That also says something about our stamina. But Raymond, since you sort of raised the issue, I just wanted to make one important comparison. It's difficult for me as an individual to speak about Professor Rugumayo without making a comparison with Professor Dani Nabudere. And he knows why. Professor Dani Nabudere is probably one of the most clear writers, analysts of Uganda's politics. The interesting thing is that I would never have guessed that Professor Rugumayo studied botany and zoology. This book is a political economy of Uganda delivered as a story. So what Nabudere does is different. Nabudere analyzes political economy and then uses facts to justify. What Professor Rugumayo does is he uses his story to deliver his analysis of the Ugandan political economy. But he also does Toro and the rest of us Ugandans a huge, huge favor. Because part one of the book is not just about Professor Rugumayo's childhood. It is the anthropology of Toro in its entirety. The history, the culture, the different things. I just have only one criticism for you, Professor. That you should have drawn for us a family tree in the book so we know who are the Rugomboras, who are the Mugambas, who are the Mboijanas, Chomia, Kajoro, Tele, Jerulina, Omunyoro. We are not the first to make those mistakes. They were made in 79, they were made in 71, they were made in 66, and they are still there. And the answers have, Professor has done us a favor and listed them in a book. Yeah.
Okay, I realize that our time is really fast spent. So maybe Beatrice, I'll ask you, what are your parting shots, what are your concluding remarks? And what are your words to Professor for the book that he's written for us? And for those that haven't yet bought it, what courage should they summon to send their 60K to that table immediately?
Well, in one sentence, I can say it's worth it. Actually, it's worth more than the $60. But that's the small, the short version of my answer. The longer one is, I know, of course, people are going to read the book, but around the place where he grew up, when he was baptized Edward, this is just for fun, right? When he was baptized Edward, most people could not pronounce that name, that word. So they used to call him Wedu Wedu. Wedu. Somewhat when I keep calling you Wedu, you'll know it's... Yeah, but like I had said earlier, that in the book, Amoti brings out his very modest nature. And he's also very generous to other people. Along the way, as you grew up, Amoti, and as you, even in your adult life, you related with so many people. But even those who could have otherwise come out as nasty, you don't put it like that. You have a way of covering and packaging things, and indeed it would take somebody's time to understand that, oh, by the way, he was saying this person was either below standard in brains, or not a very good person, or the IQ was not above average. It would take you time. It's also upbringing. Abantu abatarukumanya horana nohorana omu magezi nosobora kujuma omuntu kujya kwijuka akamanya ngu omujumire saaha 5 z'ekiro kandi oba omujumire gedi nyenkya kare. By the time they realize, oh, wait a minute, omusajja okanasa nanjumire gedi. It's 11 in the night and the day is gone and tomorrow is another day. So the style of writing, the way things come out, the good that Amot finds in people, even the bad people, it's really amazing, because some of us, you are always looking for something negative in every person, something negative in every situation. He quotes it and says, yeah, it was like this, but, there is something good about it. There is something beautiful about it. And Amoti, I love the way you loved your family, especially your brother who stands out of this is Adere Bombor. You really adored him. Oh my God, I wish he was here to read this story. To get to feel what you thought about him. You really adored him. So, yeah, the parting shot is that life as we live, it's like a river. It's flowing, and we are flowing, and we are going. But what do we leave behind? There's leaving behind something written. That is just one aspect of it. But there's leaving behind a legacy where people will want to emulate you. Your family will be adored and admired because it is your family. And I think we should all strive to do that. Once again, if there's a friend of yours that you would like to give a present, buy this book and give it to that person. It will be a beautiful, beautiful present. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Beatrice. Robert, your parting shot.
Basically, 2 parting shots, and I'm just going to ask everybody to indulge me, because one is really personal, and the other one is to Professor's grandchildren. I want you to know that your grandfather is a national treasure. He may think that he's just a firefly that glows briefly, but actually he's a comet that has illuminated this country over a long period. In fact, I thought about it. I don't think that Professor has ever been given a medal. You have. Okay, at least yours is definitely well deserved. So that's to the family, and to the family, thank you for giving us Professor. Now, Professor, this is personal for me, and that's why I really had to come. One of my closest friends from my days in university, I only learned much later, after we had formed such a bond, she's like my kid sister, is Nyonga, the daughter of Kajoro. We are such good, close friends. And Nolene, say nothing about my history. You are condemned to a vow of silence. The second personal issue, Professor, is in the book you describe your relationship with a man called Maumbe Mukhwana. Jack's wife and my mother were sisters. But what is not said, because in most cases, for those of you who don't know Maumbe Mukhwana, you probably have heard of the famous incident in Mbale at Maluhu, where the current president came into a firefight. The subsequent story that is not told is that Maumbe's father-in-law, so Maumbe's wife, after that incident, fled and hid in my grandfather's house for about 2 months. In order to get her out and find out where Jack had disappeared to, they arrested her father. and kept him in Makindye for a month with very brutal beatings. And then my mother eventually had to go home and speak to Maombe's wife, and then she surrendered so that her father could be released. And then the family went through such untold suffering. Later on, after about 4 years or so, is when between my mother and Maombe's wife, they smuggled the children out of Uganda and sent them to Tanzania. The reason I say that, Prof, is that there are many stories of the suffering of Ugandans who are on this side that are untold. So thank you very much, finally, for giving Jack Maombe Mukhwana his rightful place in the history of Uganda. I really appreciate that very much. The other one comes from anthropology. That's the first part of the book. I have a friend, he passed away. He lived in Tanzania. He was called Ali Mufuruki. Ali knew that his grandfather was from Uganda, and he was trying to trace his origins and asked me to help. We finally figured out that his father was a tailor in the palace of the king of Toro, but he couldn't figure out at what point. Finally, by reading your book, I think I have cracked the puzzle. I think he fled after the attack of Kabalega. When Kabalega took back the kingdom of Toro, I think that tailor fled to Mwanza, and nobody could remember his name. They all called him Mufuruchi. So that's how Ali gets his name. So I am hoping that maybe I can connect those dots and let his family know. But Ali knew that his father was from the kingdom of Toro. Finally, is the person who greatly influenced my intellectual development is a person you probably know, Professor Fred Juko at the Faculty of Law. So I spent countless hours in discussions with Professor Juko. Law, politics, eventually it became politics. Little did I know that I was being quietly recruited into a Makerere cell of UNLF-AD, where the vice chairman was a man called Webare Arali. Now, just when we were warming up to take on a new twist, Professor Dani Nabudere comes to Makerere to announce that UNLF-AD has been dissolved, without giving us sufficient time to figure out which direction we were going ideologically. Needless to say, some of us ended up in the nearest leftist outfit that was available then, and we have been there for a long time ever since. Professor, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for the gift of your book.
All right. Thank you, Robert. Thank you, Beatrice. And thank you, everyone, for listening to us. I'm also glad to have had this book. First, because I must tell you, Professor, as a young Mutoro boy, this is inspiration for us. To be able to dream that we are capable of leadership, that we are capable of applying ourselves to our problems, but also maybe on a very small note, I heckle a lot with many autobiographers in this country around grammatical and historical errors in their books. I went through this book.
Sorry.
Yes.
Prof, I have made notes of things which I think need to be corrected. And I'll pass them on for the next edition. Just one small one. The Barlow who was killed in 79 was Jack, not David. Yes, it's David. It's Jack, not David. But there are small things and little spelling errors. So I wanted to say that, yeah.
Exactly. I was about to also recommend the book, The Teeth Might Smell, but the Heart Does Not Forget, which has the account. But thank you so much for writing such a well illustrious book with such easy-to-read knowledge. So thank you so much to our panelists. Thank you for listening to us. And I think I'll hand it back now.
Raymond Mujuni, Empako, Kionganyiri. The television is the one that caused these problems. I hadn't seen him before. Thank you so much, our panelists. For me, discussion about this book can go on endlessly because, like our panelists have already said, it is quite something. We'd also like to recognize the contribution of Kogere, Rugumayo, and Monica Rubombora, who were the aggregators for this book. Without them, it would not have been possible. Kogere, Monica, thank you so much for the work that you did. So, before I hand over to Uncle Gilbert first, who will then invite our guest of honor and the man of the moment, allow me to say one thing. It is very good that Professor has set a precedent of writers, of writing. And we need more Ugandan writers. People writing about the history of Toro, the history of Bunyoro, the history of Uganda. I was wondering to myself, if you're looking for the history of Bunyoro Kitara, you'll find only 3 Ugandan authors. Petero Vikunya, J.W. Nyakatura, and my dad, who wrote something about Bunyoro Kitara. The rest of the books, you will quote Roscoe, you will quote Dunbar. All of our history has been written for us. It is our fault. It is really our fault. So, Professor, what you have done, I hope that others, especially our elders, will pick a leaf and write something, because we need to know our history and our culture and our politics from our own perspective. It's very, very important. I'll give you a story just to illustrate my point. Many years ago in antiquity, there was a great emperor called Marcus Aurelius. Marcus Aurelius was known as the philosopher king or the philosopher emperor. During his life, Marcus Aurelius kept a journal. He used to write every morning how to plan his day. Marcus Aurelius was a Stoic. There is a school of philosophy known as the Stoic philosophy, which started in Greece with Zeno and others. So Marcus Aurelius used to write down how his day has gone, what he's going to do. He would counsel himself before he starts the day. He would say, today, I'm going to meet difficult people. I'll probably have some issues here and there, but I'm going to approach it like this. He wrote it for himself. Now, when he died, he had left instructions that that journal be burnt with him, because the Romans used to put you on a pyre and set you alight. So he wanted to be burnt with his books, with his notes. But the senatorial biographer, there was, that time, the senators of Rome had biographers who would write their stories after they have died. Do you see the danger of that? It means if the biographer does not like you, he's going to write a terrible account about you. It's probably going to be biased and ill-informed. But when they landed on Marcus Aurelius' writing, the chief senatorial biographer, somebody called Cassius Dio, saved those writings. And that is what we know today as the Meditations of Marcus Aurelius, or simply the Meditations. It has been a bestseller for centuries. Why is this story relevant about writing? So many centuries later, a man in 1964 stood in a dock in Pretoria, curiously called the Palace of Justice, and he was sentenced to life in prison for what he believed. This man was Nelson Mandela. Nelson Mandela considered the book Meditations his Bible. He read it and reread it and reread it. So many people never understood the demeanor of Mandela. He was a different kind of person. But when you read the Meditations, you'll understand why Mandela was the way he was. So, you cannot underestimate the impact of the written word. The word in writing is very powerful. You may not see it initially, but it has a lot of value it carries. So the book that has been written by Professor, I am sure, is going to impact somebody. And that can be a spark to start something wonderful. Look at the Bible. All of us here have been impacted by it. your first name, the words that were written. The philosopher Socrates never wrote a single word, but he was immortalized by his student Plato, who wrote everything. If it had not been for Plato, we'd not know about Socrates. So my point I'm making is, please, please, let us get into the habit of writing. Let us put something down, if not for us, for posterity. Professor, again, I cannot thank you enough. Thank you for your contribution, and I hope others will borrow a leaf. Before we get the final performance from Kigambo, by the way, Mr. Kigambo here has CDs and flash discs on sale. Those who require them can come to him. But I would like to invite Uncle Gilbert to come. Uncle Gilbert is in this book as well. He was picked up from the airport when he went to Zambia by Professor. Professor was teaching at the University of Zambia. And he was told that there's a gentleman who is looking for Enem Toro in Zambia. So Professor went, and it was a happy reunion. And then Auntie Mosh joined a bit later, and Professor was there for the engagement and the wedding. So I would like to invite Uncle Gilbert to say a few words, and then invite Professor.
Thank you, MC. Abagenyi baitu abakuru, Amoti na Amoti, all protocol observed. Mine is a simple speech. I'm giving a testament of what Amoti is all about, what he did for me. If it was not for him, I would not be standing here. In January 1973, I was in University of British Columbia with his stepson, Robert Kimera. And we are very close. Robert Kimera tells me Amot has resigned and he has run away to Zambia. So later on, I got the address of Amoti and I started communicating with him. So when I was ready to leave Canada, I asked Amoti, I can't go back to Uganda. Can you scout around somewhere I can go and work? I told him, of course, what I had been studying. And within a short time, Amoti responds. He gives me an address. I apply, and the chief geologist in that company was an alma mater of University of British Columbia where I had graduated. And it was automatic acceptance. I flew from, in 1975, I flew from Canada, was in Nairobi for a short time to meet my fiancée. Then I sent a telex to Professor that I'm arriving in Lusaka. Unfortunately, Professor was on leave. The telex, the secretary never sent the telex to him. So I arrived Lusaka International Airport, very happy with my employment letter, fill the forms, coming to work in Zambia. I go to the immigration. Coming to work, do you have a work permit? I never had a work permit, a word work permit. I said, no, but I've been given a job. Oh, no, not in Zambia. You get a job, you stay where you are, we send you a work permit, then you come in. I said, but I have my big brother here. He's a professor in the university. They didn't want to hear that. So anyway, through persuasion, and that time Zambia was having a bit of problems, and I was smoking, so I had a carton of Rex. So they started asking me for a cigarette. and I would give him a packet. Within a short time, I was no longer in detention. I could roam around the airport, but I could not get out. Anyway, tried all the numbers, read the directory, nothing. I could not, the Zambian directory, I think even Amot for security, they will not put their phone numbers there. So in the morning, I get hold of his secretary. I said, can I have a phone number of Professor Rugumayo? Says, oh, no. We don't give that. I said, I'm his young brother and I'm in detention here. He says, oh, what's your name? I give him the name. Within a short time, she rings back. He's on his way to pick you up. And within half an hour, Amoti and Olimi was small like this. I'm picked out of detention and moved in. Then I met Amoti. From there, Amoti had to organize my evacuation to Dar es Salaam. He got a friend of his. I flew to Dar es Salaam, spent 3 months while they are processing my work permit. When it came, I flew back, and then I could be able to take up my employment. So, in 1976, Moshe, my wife, joined me. And I was doing exploration work, so I would go 500 kilometers from Lusaka. She didn't know anybody, but I introduced her to the Amotis, and they looked after her literally for almost 5 years, because most of the time I was out in the field. Amoti told you they got married on 19th of May. So yesterday, that's when they clocked 50 years. Today is 20th, and it is a special day also in my family. My wife, Achokere, Samaito ya Bugondo, Atoza Mugabante, Adie. Today is her birthday. And 6 days from today, 1977, May 26, Amoti, Moshe and myself, we drove in the afternoon to the bombers of Lusaka. And we were wedded there. Amoti was my best man. Amoti was the matron. I have never seen such a huge gathering. A gathering of 4 people. Thereafter, we went to Ridgeway Hotel and had our sumptuous wedding dinner. So Amot has meant, the both of them, they mean a lot to us. When we started when Kageye was born, Moshe used to be the babysitter. And I took her first picture after 1 hour she was born. And thereafter, so when we got our first son, Kenneth, I don't know where he is. Yeah, you stand up. So Kenneth, his godfather is Amoti, the godmother is Amoti. So we are really grateful for having known Amoti. I don't want to divulge in the book, but there's something I want to say about it. I was wondering why Amoti chose the title, why fireflies glow. So, and I came across this. If you see a firefly or a group of fireflies well out in the dark, it is a message from the universe reminding you that every little contribution you make to the greater good is a wonderful addition to the communal effort of making the world a better place. I thought this statement really embodies the values, the person, his humility, his focus, everything. So Amoti, I thank you for being what you are. As the MC gave me the honor, Amoti allowed me to call you and you come to address us. Yeah, took take it in. Can
they see?
Yeah, they will see. No, what? Go. Haramun.
If you can manage.
Ara banka. Okay. Good. Omwiko gwa moto. Moto bagamba. Ngwiyo ije ruguru.
Yeah.
Manuel, hizo kwa tabu.
Good. That's good. Second.
Okay.
Manjari kamun.
It's your day.
Oh my God, it's a big group, eh? First of all, I would like to thank all of you for being here to commemorate this very, very important day in our lives. And today is a memorial day which will be etched in our memories. It is memorable because it combines our golden wedding anniversary, 19th May 73 to 19th May 2023, which is the 20th May now, in Lusaka, Zambia, and Fort Portal, Uganda. Before I do that, I would like to welcome all of you. Thank you. I would like to welcome all of you. I can't do it so in person because we are many. I will spend the whole evening here mentioning your names. But there are some important people I would like to mention here. One of them is my very dear friend with hair like mine, and that is Atenyi Tom Butime. Now, Tom Butime has a very special place in our family. Of course, he marries one of our clanswomen. But most importantly, when we were returning to Uganda for the first time since 1980, this was 1992, 93 actually, we landed at Entebbe and went straight to Mr. Honorable Butime's home. We were taken care of, pampered. Then later on, we were given a car to take us around the whole of Uganda. Atenyi, we thank you for that. And we have remained very close friends. I remember when I was appointed Minister of Internal Affairs, I just replaced Tom. He moved from Minister of Internal Affairs, he went somewhere else. People thought perhaps we might fight and hate each other. But the next thing we did, I went straight to his home. He took me around, slept there. So we were mature enough not to get bogged down with petty issues. I tell you, thank you. When I was sick in hospital, so you tell her that. So now, today really has been a special day. Amoti, Phoebe, I don't know what I can say about her. She knows we've gone through thick and thin, but we are still very good friends. Very good friends. If any of you come home, you'll hear us calling each other, woohoo! And you wonder, who is this now? Are these what do you call it? Are these cow herders, or who are these now? But we really know how to communicate. We know how to give each other space. And we know how to tolerate each other's sometimes silly behaviors. We know each other very well. Now, this book has been pending publication for a very long time. I don't know when it was finished, but today has been the time to launch it. The publication and today's launch have been made possible by the effort of 3 people, of course, plus others. The first one is Monica Nstarubombora, my daughter-in-law, who volunteered to undertake this onerous task of publishing her father-in-law's memoir. It has been a very taxing undertaking, executed at a roller coaster speed. She's a very meticulous person. Unfortunately, she couldn't come due to pressure and of demanding work schedules. She calls herself the book aggregator. I've never heard of that word. If you look inside there, you'll find book aggregator. And the other person who is a book aggregator is my granddaughter, who is here with us, Kogere Bakwale Rugumayo Akiki. She is the second aggregator. Without her devoted work, it would not have been possible to launch this book on schedule. Akiki webale muno 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 muno. She's very thorough, very meticulous, details which personally I would never have been able to manage. The other person is Mrs. Edna Virungi Rugumayo. That is my daughter-in-law, a widow of our son Albert. She has coordinated with her daughter Kogere, and of course the other boys who have been here, as you've seen them, to push this event to its finality. They've really worked hard, and that's where families do help each other. Others I would like to thank include Yedidia, Dr. Yedidia Rubombora, who allowed and supposed Monica, and both bore the expenses of all the preparatory activities leading to the publication and transportation of the book. Special thanks go to the discussion panel. Really, for the first time, I began to understand the book. Believe it or not, that's how I began to understand the book and appreciate it. But otherwise, I wrote it and that was it. Isn't that amazing? Now I'm beginning to wonder, did I write that book? Now, how can I forget the MC, Kamra Sapuli, who has guided us so ably during this event? Special thanks go to the Vice Chancellor of Mountains of the Moon University and the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Mountains of the Moon University, and I will mention them. We have a new, young by my age, a new Vice Chancellor, Professor, Dr. Pius Coxwell Achanga. There he is at the back there. That gentleman is our new Vice Chancellor. He was the chairperson or chairman of the Transition Task Force as we were transiting, which organized the transition from MMU, Mountains of the Moon University, from private to public university. He is a very hard-working person. And we are glad that not only is he hard-working, but he also knows the ins and outs of the, our complicated bureaucracy in the university. But he was also in charge of, I think, quality control in National Council for Higher Education. So, Amoti, that's his pet name. We haven't actually carried out the ceremony of naming him. Amoti, you are most welcome. And thank you very much for your support. And by the way, they have all supported me in publication and launch of this book. Another person who I think you know, and that is Professor John Asa Kasenene. Amot. That gentleman you see was spent over 20 plus years in the forests, at Kibale Forest, in Kibale Forests. He was in charge of the Makerere University Biological Field Station. And when we recruited him to become Vice Chancellor, we actually ambushed him. We had to make it so difficult for him to turn it down because we announced it in public. He was not ready for it, but he's here. Now, he has been the Vice Chancellor, but being a Vice Chancellor of a private university with very limited resources is very stressful. So smartly he said, no, I've had my share of, 12 years? 13 years. So he is now the Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of academics at Martin Luther King University. And there are others from MMU I won't introduce, but they know themselves. Another interesting thing I would like to share with you is what is it that makes institutions great? I have not been able to find the answer, but part of the answer lies in proper management, proper leadership, and the ability to attract talent from different zones or parts of the country, or even beyond. Now as I speak, I'm talking about Mount of the Moon University now. Now as I speak, Mount of the Moon University, we have a Vice Chancellor who is not from Toro. We have recruited the best brains for each faculty from all over Uganda. People who never believed they could ever work in Toro. So we have set up what I believe will be a very vibrant national institution. But is a result of the work of 3 people and others, of course. The first one I would like to introduce is Dr. Engineer Ben Manyindo. He's the chairman, or chairperson as they say these days, of our University Council. That gentleman is really a key person in running of this university. He has a whole team, I won't go into that, but we are very lucky to have gotten him. And so you have a powerful team of dedicated people with great track records to manage that university. Now I also see many other faces I cannot avoid to mention. I see Monsignor Isaiah Mayombo Adieri, is he here? Yes. Father Dr. Pascal Kabura, who is the Mufumu Ebitekerezo. Please, for the recognition. And also someone who I think is very important, and that is my MP, the Honorable Alex Ruhunda, the MP of this city. But then on Amoti's side, that a number of people I would like to introduce. John Vitete and his dear wife, Joan. They came all the way yesterday to be present with us today. Then there's another very good friend from Kabale, the husband of Aunt, can't see. Your name again? Aunt Jackie. Now Aunt Jackie was also the teacher of Kogere, I think. She was in kindergarten. And your husband, please. Those are real dear friends from all over that place. Then it's unfair to introduce a few people and leave the others out, but you'll understand. You'll understand and appreciate. I want to mention 2 of my grandchildren, 3 actually, who read portions from the book. One of them is Abigail Karungi. Stand up above. That one. The second one is Olea Kajoina. She's doing her master's at Oxford in a subject I can't remember now. But she has been able to by the way, produce A very fine book, I couldn't lay my hands on it. Tiny one booklet on Mpako as part of her artistic expressions. Very beautiful book. We tried to get a copy. Tiny booklet, but beautifully done in color. Yes, I have to mention it. The event manager, a young lady called Mutesi Karashani. She has organized this venue, as you've seen. She's done a great job. Where is she? There you are. I gave her Mpaka Awoli. She says she looks like an Awoli. Because the special thanks to the proprietor of this hotel, actually he was Honorable William Biaruhanga Atwoki, who gave us this hall for free. You better stand up. See, we have so many friends, and he said that was his contribution to this very important. Atwoki, thank you so much, because without you, we wouldn't have managed. Because halls are very expensive. Now, I know I've talked for too long, but there's something I would like to share with you. This book, as I say now, I'm beginning to like it. Real after the others have described that way. This book is a very important book from my personal viewpoint. But then I hear it has now expanded your visitor or vision of what a book should be like. Now I'm alerting you to something. Actually, a few things. I'm still writing. Because the Amin period fascinated me, and soon a novel I've written, titled 3,000 Nights of Terror. And once it goes on the market, I hope you like it. So brace yourselves for it's quite a long novel. But then there are two other books I'm writing with colleagues. One is the story of Mountains of the Moon University. Because that story is a very amazing story. And imagine the man who steered us for this process. I get two people. The first one was, or is, Justice Seth Manyindo. He's a super jurist. He's the one who made me appreciate more and more the power of the law. Anything we said or acted, you'd ask, which law are you quoting? And really, if you had no law to quote, you just kept quiet. He has been very, very instrumental to be where we are now as a university. Unfortunately, he's not well. He couldn't come. He sends his apologies. Then the other person who really bore the brunt of the work at the university is no other than Honorable Colonel retired Tom Butime. He has been chairman of the University Council for all those years. And he's the one who enabled us to go through the labyrinth of the bureaucracy and the government to be where we are today. I tell you, God bless you. Now, I've talked enough, but there's something else I would like to mention. My dear wife, Phoebe, we were wondering how could these two events coincide. And Phoebe is a very prayerful person. Actually, very spiritual, for Muji word. She said that is God's plan. So we have been now brought here as a result of God's plan to share with us our modest effort to communicate what we have gone through as a family, as individuals. So tonight is a very historic event in this place. We decided, for a number of reasons, to launch the book here. Why? Because the book is written within this area, and more importantly, to bring our people to know what each one of us can contribute to the development of this country. But I'm so delighted to see so many of you are here, and I will be ready to autograph any of the books you want me to do. Thank you very much. I hope I've not forgotten something important. Have I? Can someone remind me? If I haven't, and yes, there's one important person here. Actually, there are several. But one of them is my uncle, Adieri Franz Kakurugusi. He came all the way from Kampala to be with us today. Adieri, we made a Bakurole child. That is my maternal uncle. And all the others, there are two, I told you there are two very important people. I mentioned it in the other place, or that event, who are our prayer warriors. There's Dora, Anne, and who else? And then we have our foot soldiers. Grace, Kembubi is not here. Nyonga, is she here? Anyway, these are the girls who keep us ticking. Finally, Kabushenga said we should have a family tree. But really, I would be remiss of me not to mention who these people are. Can all of you who belong to the Panyaro sub-clan please stand up? All of you who belong to the... Quick! Aba Panyaro mwimere. So, the others who don't want to stand, it doesn't matter. So, all these have each, in their own way, contributed to the publication of this book, and it's launching today. May God bless you, and thank you very much for being here. Oh, I feel so bad. Oh, I'm sorry. How can I forget Arali Yosuha Kagoro? Now, this Arali Yosuha Kagoro he's 10 years older than I am. So this last month, he clocked 99 years. So he has come all the way to be with us and share this, to witness this important event. I'm really sorry I had forgotten, but I'm also getting old. But thank you very much, all of you, for being patient, for listening to me, and for inspiring me, because without your support, I really wouldn't have been here. Thank you very much. May God bless you.
Yes, so we have gotten to the last part of today's event. I would like to call Mbabazi Olimi to join us for the unveiling, and this is the official launching. The grandkids who are here also come. Abana na bijukuru, wherever you might be. So Tessie, you're going to help us with the unveil. So we're going to have an unveiling of a big dummy book which Professor will sign, and then thereafter we'll have a book signing. So we're going to set up a table where Moti will sit down, and then we'll arrange whoever wants an autographed copy. Moti, I hope you have the energy to sign 100 or so copies. Okay. So Tessie, please prepare for us the table for the signing. So when we are done with the unveiling, we can then go to the signing. So I think the kids and the grandchildren, you can go up and flank this on either side. Then we shall unveil. Tessie, do we have the marker or a pen or something? This is also a chance for a photo opportunity. Paparazzi, both official and unofficial. This is your opportunity. Moti, let's make some space for Moti. We wait for Moti to take her rightful place. Yes, that's the place. So Limi, you'll help us unveil, and then Prof will sign. Over there. Applause, applause, applause.
Congratulations and celebrations when I tell everyone that you're in love with me.
Yes, so Professor, you'll sign anywhere you deem appropriate.
Jubilations. I want the world to know I'm happy as can be.
And now we know why fireflies glow. I've been wondering. Thank you, Uncle Gilbert, for that one. No. Whichever size is fine. Thank you, Prof. Thank you, Professor. Thank you. You may take your seats. Yes, you can take your seats. Okay. Okay, so we'll try to do this in an orderly fashion. We'll come through the middle. I think we'll do this in order of seniority. The tables that are the front, we'll start with those. And then, so that we do not create a traffic jam, I would request that we'll exit through that exit on my extreme right, and then you can take your seats. But for those who have copies, I think we will start with the table of Honorable William. And then Mzee Kagoro, the next table. Mr. Bitete, you can also join that line. From the University, Mountains of the Moon, please approach as well.
Fort TV, stay entertained.